Ruby, I should have known better. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Actually, you know what? This is also wrong. Let me just. It's my face. Hold on. Let me pause the
Fuck is
mute.
this motherfucker?
Give me a second. Give me a second, Beans. Give me a second. Let me just give me a side. There you go. Hi, there we are. Hey, hi. You can probably tell that I made a couple of irresponsible purchases that totaled to $100 in physical cash. Woohoo!
God damn it, Swift.
But hey, Sagata, you got what the? Okay, weird choices have been made.
Second, what the fuck? Yeah, that's concerning.
All right, so Sakata's gonna
I'm
actually
here for
love
it.
this, but like, Ari and I, Ari being my roommate, went to the mall, and there's this place called Kawaii Corner, and they sell some quite good stuff. Some stuff being
Oh, it's Alatias.
yeah, both of them were there, and they were the only ones there.
Aw.
Yeah. This totaled to $100. Yeah, 50 each.
Jesus.
Expensive, but you know it's kind of worth it.
You want to know why it's expensive? You will find out.
Why?
You will find out using Latios.
Oh, it's imported.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm willing to bet that these are like actually $20, but tariffs. Tariffs are amazing. Haha.
Thanks, President.
Thanks, Mr. President. If you're wondering why I said what the fuck, they have beans in their belly. I'm not kidding. There's
What the
beans in
fuck?
here.
Well, don't eat the beans.
I'm not gonna eat the beans.
Yeah.
What do you take me for? Like,
Someone who'll eat the fucking beans. Don't eat the beans.
you can hear it, right?
I have beans in my
A
brain.
little
No.
bit.
Yeah. That it's only here and nowhere else. I don't get it. It's as weird as my Lucario, which I also got like 3 months ago. The beans are only here for some reason. Don't know why.
Bean thighs.
They go straight to your thighs, and then you blow up. But hey, I got some other cool stuff from that. If I can find it.
Of course. Why'd we let you out of the cage, Swift?
Probably. I need to turn the light on. Clap on. Oh, that wasn't claps. Where the fuck did it go?
Over there.
I don't want it to be over there. Aha.
Well, while you're doing that, I am going to be opening up my GameCube controller. Try not to slice my finger open again.
I forgot I had a USB Type-C cable here.
Oh, you have a USB Type-C cable there.
Yeah, also.
Haha.
Big annoying.
Box.
Yeet.
With a box. And in that box
Oh.
It's my GameCube controller.
Huh.
You know, funny enough, I was actually considering streaming, but since he streamed first, I kind of feel like hanging out.
That's fine. That's fair. It's fine and fair
Oh,
and dandy. Japanese
you got
Pokemon cards that I haven't opened, but I got both of these or 4 of these free.
You
nice.
want to put on a stream?
I can technically, but so they were also doing like an interesting promotion where if you at least purchase something, you can pick 5 cards free from their like trade-in section. I couldn't find Mightyena. I couldn't find Lucario. Some reason, somehow, Ari managed to find a Dino, a Zweilous, and an Iron Julius, or Jugulius, whatever it is.
Iron Jugulus.
Thank you. The only thing I managed to find, Reshiram. Japanese
Well-
style.
Well, you didn't find me.
course.
Rude.
Surprisingly, I did not find you. I hardly found
Rude.
any starters. But
Did
if
you
it,
find an Espeon or anything?
I found no evolutions.
Damn.
Yeah. And there was a lot of cards there. Most of them either just donated or traded.
Ah.
I technically got 6. Hold on. Are they even in here anymore? I don't remember.
I don't remember either. I'm just eating tortellini. All right. GameCube controller ahoy.
I have 2 more packs of Pokemon cards that are English version that I actually straight up bought. But I don't know what I did with them.
Jeez, Nintendo knows how to pack their stuff. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, it feels exactly the same. Oh,
I need to place up a little bit. I'm dead.
oh.
I'll just open these 4. All right. I don't even like there. If I had a then I would have started my 3rd YouTube channel. But I don't have a all I have is a
You
couple of
don't have
phones.
a
What's the who I'm dive?
You know.
Wait.
Top down. A top down camera. Top down camera.
By the way, Mac, we're in Fifth Kaboom.
I'm pretty sure they all know we're in Blue Kaboom. How am I supposed to open these again? Like, I genuinely don't remember. It's been years since I've opened up Pokemon cards.
You prayed to the mighty beings above.
Unfortunately, these
I
are
don't know.
loose,
Some things
so
he opened from the top, and some things he opened from the back. I don't know.
I'm trying to, like, peel it like it's a banana.
Banana.
Oh, but
Oh, banana. I'm gonna summon Rolau. Watch. What? I have a feeling one way or another I'm going to summon Rolau. I cannot open this fucking thing. I'm straight up struggling to just open it normally.
Speaking of Relau, I saw her recent VTuber, and all I can say is big.
She got a new VTuber? Oh
Mhm.
no. Oh, there's definitely special edition cards. Alright. If I'm not mistaken, these things are already, like, pre-sorted.
Oh.
Seal. Yeah, that's Seal. Lombre.
Hombre.
Charmeleon. Sorry. Hold on, let me. I hate having the light directly on me. This kind of sucks. You see it in the reflection of my glasses. Actually.
Speaking of, I'm going in for new glasses soon.
Ooh,
Fine.
Flygon.
That's a hollow Flygon.
Nice.
Right.
And
Brother. eh.
brother, I'm actually gonna hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Tortellini. Hum.
Unfortunately,
Ah.
bird.
You just looked in there like, this is not what I grabbed.
It's funny because I do have a Mightyena. It's just not the one I want, but I'll take it.
Yeah, you better.
This is not what I was meaning to do at all, but you know, I was technically peer pressured into it.
Emphasis on
Nani?
Yeah,
I'm just sitting here enjoying my tortellini watching you being an absolute fucking goober.
I also have a feeling these cards aren't exactly authentic. How did I only get 5 out of them? I'm used to there being a lot more. Where are the trainer and energies? Yina
it
the
says here
bean.
that expansion boosters, the Japanese ones are 5-card packs.
They're
Dorito.
authentic.
Interesting.
No, you're interesting.
No, you're interesting.
I'm just eating tortellini. Fuck you talking about?
From Lombre to Lotad.
They
Hey,
must be
LMAO.
from a booster boxes. That's what it might be.
No, booster boxes wouldn't look like this. Yamper. Trust me, I have a booster box.
Hey,
Charmander.
Charmander.
Okay, I'm making a Mac truck in.
Oh no.
Go ahead. Bronze. Bronzor. And these are actually
Ooh.
not good, but you know,
Crocodile? Crocodile? Crocodile.
I think it's Crocodile, but there's 3 evolutions. There's Sandile, it's middle evolution, and Crocodile. Hi, Mac.
What's up, bitches?
Yeah.
It's your local sick cat in the building.
I could tell you're sick.
Don't give it to us.
It started this morning.
This way.
I have a feeling it's a light cold, but it's been a while since the last time I even was sick. It's never fun anyway.
No!
Fuck.
The common goober being defeated by a bag.
Yeah, you're right. Boniri!
Annoy.
He fell down.
Eco boom.
I think this is Pommy. They all look the same. I just call it the Paw family. Pommy, Pomo, Palma. Which is which? They look exactly the same. Carvana.
Imagine if it
It's
was
a
a pup.
Pomeranian.
Whoa.
It's a
Oh,
Pomeranian.
Oh.
that's
That's
a
a mega Sharpedo.
That's a mega Sharpedo. Oh,
Just don't put in there the Sharknado.
And Alolan Tauros.
oh.
That's pretty neat.
It feels embossed.
You're embossed.
I'm not in Boston. What are you talking about?
Oh wait, that's me.
He's englossened.
Put me in the
Yeah,
shower and I started glossing.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're fine.
Are you?
No.
Okay. At least we're honest with ourselves.
When has Swift ever been fine?
Such is a tale as time, as old as time.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get on to the final pack now.
Copyright strike.
Yeah, so I was going to talk about a little bit of MDO, Midnight Dream Oasis, because I thought... Here's the second evolution. It was quite interesting considering some events. I say some events, but in reality, it was just the entire last week for everyone that appeared at MDO. For every individual person that appeared at MDO said that week sucked ass. Terrible. It was the worst week, period, for everyone that appeared. That
It
includes...
was a load of horse dookie.
I forgot the name of the son. What we got? Britplub. Oh, that was Cottony. I remember now. And Viper. And Women Scott. Yeah. That about sums it up. I got 2 out of 4 packs. I didn't get any. I somehow did not get any dupes, if I'm not mistaken.
You didn't get jack shit.
I got Hellbell.
What's this about a cowbell?
Does it look good on you?
I don't know. You're the one who grabbed it.
And you're the one going to be wearing it.
Are you sure? I thought we were putting on the burb.
I didn't say that. Looks at Cicada.
Why?
I mean, how else are we going to get the chimkin plump?
Listen, the cheese has got to go somewhere in the chicken. Put those there.
I picked the wrong time to tune back in.
Are you sure? About
Also,
that?
speaking of out of context, I'm Swift.
So this whole thing is out of context. What do you expect?
Oh, what a easy to put
Nothing is ever in
me.
context.
So I gotta pair that while it's docked. Okay. That's fine. I'll do that tomorrow. I don't feel like
That's a very large burp.
ear bean.
Right.
I'm a sick one.
Fucking sick.
I'm
Right.
just sick in the head.
Get my bean head back up and going. Hello, Hana. Hana, Oxenfree. What the fuck am I even saying? Okay.
What the fuck are you saying?
Nothing
What
correct.
are
I don't know
you
where
saying?
it was originally from.
Vinian, I know there's a new version available. Like, I'm very tempted to try Warworld though. Zawarudo.
Mario.
Why? Del Foxio.
Ah.
Come on, come on, come on.
Would do a couple other things, but I don't think my throat will like it.
Okay.
And no,
So
don't put it down.
what? Oh. Herb. Ah. Herb. Wow, 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 wow. Ah. I need to figure out persistence for this thing.
Get pied, nerd.
Hey, let me help with that.
Nice hat.
I'm being juggled like it's Smash Bros.
Oh, speaking of which, Mr. Nintendo,
Yeah.
since you're well versed with the games of Nintendo, especially the ones that would be from my childhood,
Yeah.
which games would you recommend for the SNES? Because the reason why I'm asking is because my sister had texted me probably a couple weeks ago, giving me majority of the year for this holiday to get her a SNES and at least probably a couple of games. I think there was one she was specifically wanting, and I forget, but I kind of figured probably the majority of the Mario, and I think it's only one Link game was for the SNES, right? At least in the North American market.
Yeah, there was one. It was Link to the Past. So there's one Zelda game, Link to the Past. I recommend getting Super Mario All Stars with Super Mario World.
And I know there's Mario Kart too.
There's Mario Kart. There's also Contra. There's a lot of RPGs.
I somehow knew. I think I somehow remembered there being. I think it was the first Mario Kart in the series, if I remember.
Yes.
For the SNES. Super
I
Mario
don't think it
Kart.
was much for the NES. But I know that this was with her.
Am I being twerked on by a
We had
thwomp?
an N64.
Yes, you are.
I was getting twerked on by a thwomp.
Repeatedly.
Get twerked on, nerd.
I got absolutely twerked on.
Twerked and stabbed by the needles. But yeah, I think I remember we were when we were at a cabin in Door County, Wisconsin, and we were renting it. It was a family vacation. They had brought an N64 with them, and I played with her ex on on Mario Kart. And it had been so long since I had, and I still beat his ass. So, but I somehow remembered that there was a Mario Kart, at least the generation before for the SNES. And when I even mentioned that to her, she's like, "Wait, there was one?" Like, I kind of remembered, even though I never really had a console technically till we had the family Wii, which is sitting on a shelf right now.
You can mod the Wii.
My only console that I had for the longest time before I bought my own was the Game Boy Brick, and then an Advance.
Give me a second. My Binyan, why you be a bitch sometimes? Where is it? Tracking? Oh, camera. Calibrate.
Camera.
Give me a moment. I gotta turn
Let's
off.
find the camera.
So, if you have a Nintendo Wii, you can basically mod it to play SNES games.
Yeah. There's a few, especially the portables, that I need to somehow get working again. I found my Advance. It's currently in the box with my PSP 1000. which needs another battery. Because even the replacement one that I put in it years ago is swelled.
Oof.
It never was on a charger. Lithium battery is lovely. But that was also third party.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
I need to get a first party
You know what-
Nintendo GameCube controller.
But considering, and speaking about, old devices that somehow the batteries are still available, I have 2 older Dell Inspiron 1520 notebooks. One used to be my mother's, and one used to belong to my grandfather. And Batteries Plus actually has a battery for that generation still. I know my mother's old one still needs one because the original motherboard on it had a short that prevented it from charging. And I saw, and the first time I ever took a motherboard, or not a motherboard, a notebook apart
Still have a sword.
and swapped the motherboard out for one with a dedicated graphics card. But it's an old GeForce 8400M.
Interesting.
Yeah. But then again, this thing I think was from the early 2010s.
Fuck!
I do want a new one, and I want a framework, but I can't afford shit.
I feel that.
Then again, I finally got something to work with, part of a retro build. Something that's was an old, short-lived interface standard. It was kind of in the period where it was around about when PCIe Gen 3 kind of came out, before NVMe SSDs kind of took off. And it was to try and help boost performance out of SATA devices. But I think they were saying it would get speeds up to 10 gigabyte per second versus like SATA 3, which is 6 gigabyte. And I've had for the longest time, I've actually had a device from Asus called the Hyper Express, which was their SATA Express device. There's technically only 2 devices out there that were kind of made for SATA Express.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's no game audio.
Is there y'all's audio? Yeah, y'all should have audio.
Should, but don't.
I had the stream turned down, so
The Discord audio.
There's still
Yeah.
There's still Discord audio.
There. I need to do a
Now
Navi
you're good.
dive. I can't remember anything except needing to do the Navi dive.
Yeah, and by the way, there's now game audio. I just checked the stream, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I just heard the stream.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah, there's stream audio, but there's no Discord audio. Kind of weird.
It's
well,
weird.
I was hearing both, so
I have bombs, I have slingshot, I have hammer on Child Link. Oh, that's right. That's funny. Do I have sticks? I have sticks. But I can do the jump with the hammer.
Oh, by the way, there's also Super Mario RPG on the SNES as well.
This is true. Super Mario RPG is pretty goated.
sorry. Yeah.
And then there's the Bean Fox Extreme. Yeah, that's right.
Wait, which one? Huh?
Bean Fox Extreme. I have Navi, and I just realized. I need to get to the spot. I gotta get to the wall. Gotta get to the wall. Get to the wall. Get to the wall. Get to the wall. This is it. This is it. Okay, cool. I gotta save state here. I must save state here. I gotta save state. Must. Hujima. I can't. I want to like. I want to look into it, but I can't because C up means Navi, and I need Navi. Fuck. I forgot anything and everything at the same time.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna go ahead and bump your police guy post from my end.
Okay. Was it 4? Okay. It'd be better to do with the stick.
The stick. Up the butt.
Shift F3. Shit. Stop being a pain. Okay.
What are you trying to do?
Navi dive.
I mean,
I forgot how to. I think it's triple C down. There we go. Where's this go? Where's this go? Where's this go? Where's this go? Zor's River. I have a feeling. I have a bad feeling this is not where I need to be right now. Because I can already get here. Alright, cool. Before I do it again, I need to see. Because I'm smart. What's down here? That's a fucking bottle. I need that bottle. I need that bottle. I gotta get that bottle. Bombs don't matter. Everything else doesn't matter. That bottle, I fucking need it. I need it for bugs. I gotta get bugs. Okay, I think it's upright. Fuck. Okay. Can I without, god damn it. Come on, Zaylee. Come on.
I got a bone to pick with you.
Fuck. Fuck!
Bean.
Fuck! Fuck!
Let us watch as the goober fails over and over and over and over again.
Yes, you are correct. Zaylee, please. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
so Charlie can't use the steel boots.
No. I don't have iron boots. I do have iron boots, but I can't use iron boots. Ah!
Sounds like a you problem.
It's a skill issue.
Gosh, be a man so to wear those boots. I'm sure they don't fit.
Yes! That's mine!
Get
Yeah! Bug moment! I can get bugs now! Ah! Oh! Feels good.
Remember to change your save state so that way you keep it.
Thank you.
You don't want to have a derp moment.
Right?
He's
What?
known for the derps.
Save slot.
Imagine losing hours of progress because he hit a button.
I've done that before, and you're not gonna believe in which game too.
Ooh.
Krasad was there.
I was.
Right. So I need to go find bugs. I gotta find bugs. I gotta get bugs. I gotta pick up a rock. Get bugs. Get bugs. We get Skulltulas. Where do I? Ow! My femur. Ugh. My God. I'm like,
He ain't gonna help you.
I'm also like super certain that the bottle was out of logic because this is the logic run. It's not a no logic run. It's straight up a logic run.
Well, don't apply your logic to it. You'll end up frying the brain cell.
What?
What brain cell?
The one he grew.
Who said he had one to begin with?
All right, I got a new Avali I need to convert. I need to make a little bit of edits on the new Avali though.
I'm not sure what to feel about that Avali. I've seen it, but
It's the it's basically because the head is slightly too small. I tried to make it a little bit bigger, but VR chat didn't save it. I actually do like the head. It's kind of like the Diwali, but the snoot is slightly longer.
You're a snoot.
Up the snoot. Up the snoot.
I gotta
Must
go.
Up the snoot.
Haba. If I'm not mistaken, I can still get to Dompe's graveyard and get Bubsges. What the fuck is this music?
Dobby the house elf.
Castlevania. Doreme.
I would love to hear what you're hearing, but I can't hear shit.
yeah, this Discord call doesn't have the audio of the game.
Yay!
Oh. Okay, now it
It was
Because
this
you're
was
a
fun.
fiend.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I can just pick up this rock. Rat bug. Sorry.
Here he comes to save the day. Oh, he slipped.
Here he comes to save the day. Hi.
I want to see that guy live.
Oh. Don't tell me they're all fucking... If that's the case, I'm gonna cry, because I got the bottle for basically no reason.
I mean, at least you can spell it with a potion.
Or with your own tears.
Yeah, a potion of my own tears. I seriously have no idea where I need to go next.
Okay, I don't either.
Well, don't you know? Don't you know?
Dude, you look fucking ridiculous.
You're ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. That's why he looks like that.
Oh god, I forgot about the invisible
Shove it
hammer.
up the bum.
Meow, fuck out the way. Meow, fuck out the way.
Wasn't there like a glitch with the hammer in which you could just leave it active?
Yeah. It's an item swap glitch.
It's always a glitch with you.
Yes. I need to move.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Okay, cool.
You gotta move,
I got a
Like,
oopie.
totally radical, dude.
I got an oopie. A oopie.
So, did you know that today was pizza day?
What do you want me to do? Climb a tower?
Me.
Today
She
was
said,
also meat day if you look at Full Metal Alchemist.
oh, ha, ha, oh. Oh boy, it seems my controller is having issues again.
Always issues.
Work of Ages. Ages.
It isn't a Swift stream without some some
some
Yeah.
shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yep.
some scuff. Some scuff.
Scuff and stuff. Why are
It's just so rough.
why are some locations randomized but others on? I think I may have a bugged seed. Now that I think about it, it's a possibility I may have a bugged seed and I didn't realize it until now.
I mean, but the best way to find out is in the middle of doing the shit.
Right?
It's like, what? Why is nothing work? Oh wait, is this that?
George, I think the seed's broken.
Know what's wrong with it? Ain't got no gas in it.
Someone didn't do the fork in the garbage disposal.
Ding 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 ding.
I ever figure out what's over here? Bombs.
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 What's over yonder?
Also, if I'm not mistaken, the chests are invisible. All chests are
I'm sure
invisible.
they're supposed to be on your chest.
I was like, why did I get a fucking rupee? Oh no, that's just the sounds explosions make now. Good job, Zayla. You fucking did it.
You fucking nerd.
You fucking
Yeah.
nerd. Actually, I'm a fucking geek. Get it right?
Oh, Rhett and Link. Geek vs. Nerd. Done an old Tiger Direct. Yeah, have a boulder. A boulder to the head.
I'm pretty sure that would have pushed the link.
Would have, but this is daily.
Well, still, it would still push me. Still or not.
It seemed to be a little flat.
Shh. It'll buff out.
If you say so.
Okay.
Did Dexter not snore?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty nuts, eh? Oh. They both died.
They didn't drop shit.
They didn't drop
Random
set.
cow.
Random cow go moo.
I don't know, for some reason, just hearing the moods, it makes me think of the movie Twister. With the one scene with
God,
the two water
squall.
spouts.
Yeah.
I forgot I did that.
I don't remember if I ever did the bomb jump from here. If I did, I don't remember. And if I didn't, I don't remember. Regardless, I don't remember. I may do an out of logic bomb. Okay. Backwards bomb flip. Do I even have a normal shield? Do. Yeah, I can do a mega flip. Or at least try to. Limited amounts of bombs. Good job, Zaylee. You did it. Good job, Zaylee. You fucking did it. Good job, Zaylee. You fucking did it. Good job, Zaylee. You fucking did it. Close. Why did that one blow up so much the fuck? So much faster than the last time? Why did you pick it up from so far away? Sorry. Dumbass. Zaylee may or may not be smart.
Marvin.
I have the rumble pack. Why are you picking it up from so far away? Wait, did I do it? I didn't do it. I feel like it, hey Foxfo, it blows up, like, in random times. Like. Why are you picking up the bomb?
I'm picking up you proud of me now?
You're not in the fucking roll! It doesn't make sense!
This is where we see how long Swift can do this before absolutely losing his mind. Stay tuned for more.
And before Sip does,
I don't get it! I'm picking it up in the middle of a roll! That's not possible! It doesn't make fucking sense! How am I picking it up in the middle of the roll?
Roll schmoll.
Okay, I think I understand now.
Do you?
No, I don't. We all gonna see him. I'm still picking him up. Uh, 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 uh. That was it. That was it.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. I can fucking do this. I've done it multiple times. This is why I'm not doing a fucking no-hit run. Please. Ah!
You melted.
Remote pickup from far away.
Get over here.
I did it, but not really. What do you have to offer?
Look, man, I did it! I did it!
I didn't. What am I on? I'm on cocaine, that's right.
Do we really want to talk about that stuff?
Yeah.
The forbidden powder?
I mean, it was also a drink at one point.
Cocaine.
And of course, I think of a clip from Death Clock.
Dr. Roxa, the rock and roll code, and I love.
Yo, why are you picking it up from like
Mhm.
6 business days away? Stop it! Nobody knows the difference between lemon and lemon juice. I don't get it. Like, I know what to do, but the actions that are happening make no sense.
Was it ever supposed to make sense?
Just pause and think for a second, and just remember, what would ordinary sausage do?
Let's sausage! It smells like anywhere in Tennessee!
Sausage!
Oh, I don't think Mac knows.
Yeah.
Have I ever known?
Mac, you're like one of the oldest ones here. You should know.
Just because I may be the oldest here doesn't mean I have seen everything. I
Yeah,
know a little of a lot, not a lot of a little.
Zaylee tried to pick it up again. Why are you picking it up, especially in motion?
Drive you nuts.
I have to roll into the bomb. It has to blow up when I roll into it, and then I have to backflip immediately afterwards. But for some reason, I'm just picking it up when I shouldn't be. You know what?
He's gone insane.
I'm curious. Hold on. Can I, like... Interesting. Interesting. Can I put that into practice, though?
It is very interesting.
How far away can I put this?
Well, certainly not up the bum.
You're right.
You have some explosive diarrhea.
That's so close.
Yet so far.
You can see the inputs I'm pressing and it's not happening. The music was like, wait a minute, let me stop for a second. I kind of need to do this because I don't know where else to really go other than here. Yeah. Oh my god! Remote pickup. Oh my goodness. I'm just losing myself, you know? Hmm.
Eventually, you get it right.
Commentator's curse. Sakata, commentator's curse. I got it. Finally. Oh my god, finally. What the
15
fuck?
seconds.
That's fine. I can go in here and go back out.
Oh my god. Like, totally.
Wow, calling it my curse.
Yeah, I certainly did. So anyways, I gotta do it again.
Do it again, do it again, do it again.
Wow, that was an interesting glitch state.
Well, you always find new ways to break things.
Sometimes I'd be breaking things without meaning to break things. Okay, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Too soon.
Too soon, Junior.
Close. Too soon. Still too soon. Good job, Haley. Well, you know me, being overly persistent.
Yeah, to a fault.
Sorry. Wow. What? And then I'm gonna get the remote pickup. Watch. Oh. I was too far ahead. I think I was too late for that one. Fuck out of here. What's this way? What? What? Have I even done this yet? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I don't think I've done this yet.
Seaside Hill.
Yes, Seaside Hill. Side Sea Hill. Almost. Wow, that one went through. I was dumbfounded by the fact that one of the shots went through a ruby. Almost. There we go.
Wonderful. Bravo.
Oof. And now to bomb clip again. Assuming I go back out here. Oh wow. I went back out here. Break that bitch. I gotta reset the timer. I don't know why I went to reset the timer when I could just go over here and reset it. Splatoon, you weird game. What is this? Twilight Prince. Bombs? I'll take the bombs.
Go down the bobsled.
Going home then. I don't feel like being nutted on right now.
Nut, 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 nut.
It was much faster that time. Oh no. Okay.
All right.
Alright.
Hopla.
Depression. Going to the fire temple location, come back out. Definitely in logic, or not logic, some kind of logic. Is this fire temple or is this something else? It's actually fire temple. Holy shit! And I got the I got 3 keys. I need to switch my shield. Yeah. I don't even remember what version of the randomizer I'm playing. I can't remember if it's Triforce Quest, Triforce Hunt, or if it's standard beat.
Like standard bean.
Huh. No.
Yeah. Get lightsabered. Yeah.
Get squanched.
Yeast.
Word.
Yeast.
Squeeze. Oh, look, a map. It's for the temple. The exact temple I am looking for. Yee. Oh. Fuck me, dude. I have to use a stick here. Okay.
Good stick.
Fucking stick. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my god, how much?
How much for the doggy in the window?
Damn it. No. Thank you. We're good. It's fine. He went boom. By the way, I wasn't kidding when I said all chests are invisible. I did remember that. Shaylee? Can you not? Are you unable to go? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not adult, so I can't get up there.
Can you not like hit yourself with the bomb and send yourself up there?
I would need to bomb flip in order to do that. Oh, fuck, where is it? There it is. Fuck off, dude. Go away. We'll be right back. Where is this? Right here. Zaylee, open it. Thank you. God damn. God damn it. Son of a bitch. It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay. Totally normal about this.
Are you
I think
sure
you're
about
okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I don't know.
that?
Oh, fuck me. Well, rip my pants off and stick it in where the sun don't shine. I know what I said.
Do you though?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk to this guy again, specifically to get him out of the way, and because it was funny. God damn it, Mac. I love you. Is this a garbo chest? Come on, give me something to work with here. What the fuck? Come on, give me something. Give me a cherry. Give me a star.
Oh my god. Bernie.
Okay. I got this. We're fine. Very close. Fine. I'm okay.
Imagine if you entered the door early just to burst in a flame anyway.
Right? How did you make me go far? What the fuck? How did y'all do this? How did you break my camera? What?
Sleep well, Cherry.
Why did y'all break? How?
Good night, Cherry.
Good night, Sherry.
Cherry's a bean. Oh. Of course. Beanie and broke.
Whoop. Close up.
Beanie and broke again because, yay. It's doing the camera bug where once y'all throw things and knock me over, if I press Alt, it's like, ooh, I'm going all over the place now.
Now we go from far away to up close.
Basically.
Near, far. Near, far.
I forgot to turn off the UE on GUI. Now it's time to make Chris on GUI.
No.
No. Let me. Oh no. Oh no.
Toast your beans.
All good. Do I? I'm fine. See, nothing happened. We'll be right back. Oh, cool. Hearts. Ah. What have I done to deserve this? A boot to the head? I deserved a boot to the head for being a boot to the head. Hey, boy.
Airborne! A bird has been abused.
Blah. Oh, it would seem that I can't hit those things. The only way I could actually get over there is via bomb hovering, but I can't do that. Fine, I'll go. Should I stay or should I go?
Not my problem. I'm just a weakling.
Cherry's abusing me this much because I haven't been around her as much.
Oh yeah, it's been like a week.
For Cherry, it's been longer than that. Fine, it's okay.
Whack.
Is the timer set if I... Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. The time doesn't reset. Oh no. I could just reset it.
By the way, Swift, you heard what's going on with Discord, right?
Yep, already canceled my subscription.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking around for alternatives. Like, I'm not gonna leave Discord, it's just that, you know, if people get blocked or anything, I'm gonna need to find some other means of contacting them.
That's fair. Excuse me. All these are fucking hearts? Inconceivable. Inconceivable. I just gotta know. Will it blow? 0 mark Ruffalos.
All right. Well, it's been fun. I probably should hop on to relax.
Yeah?
Okay. See you later.
So I'm not like, especially blowing people's eardrums out with my coughing. All right. Y'all have fun. I'll be lurking.
Lurk, lurk, lurk. I meant to.
See you later.
So I meant to save here and I forgot. Okay, alright. I got a couple of checks here. I'm glad I did that. I just need to get my bottle. In case you're wondering, yes, the hammer is permanently stuck to my left C-stick because it's gonna be a bitch to try and item swap it.
I like how wrong the caption is. Biden swap.
Biden swap. Biden blast. Owie!
You know, I'm surprised there's no Real yet.
They're probably asleep at the moment. It's like 6 in the morning over there for them.
Ah.
I know for a fact it's 6 over at Cherry's place. Cherry's confused. Come on, dude. Give me fucking something. A sword, a hook shot. Fucking. Actually, I need a sword more than anything.
Yeah, I'm surprised he got this far without a sword.
Tell me about it. I think I still have the spoiler log. I'm only going to consult it once I'm fully stuck though. Like, I've exhausted everything that I could possibly think of. Ah, I can't go up there. So does this take me out of Lost Woods or in somewhere else? Okay. I gotta go to Lake Hylia. There's Passion Lake Hylia. Right, so this week was ass, as I've said before. Job is stupid. I hate my job. It's easy, but like, the people do not make it easy. Fucking yesterday, I was on my feet for like 4.5 hours straight. And of course, the company is making it even stupider. Apparently, we're working at a deficit, which is okay.
Your job has a skill issue.
Yeah. It's AI incorporated, so take that as you will.
Ooh.
Yeah, our managers want us to do even more because our airport pays the most out of like these other airports, and these airports are like always doing these things, and they're not allowed to do some of the things that y'all have been so laxed about. Okay. Like, they want us to be looking around for people that need assistance with wheelchair. Because we get paid per push. Like, bruh. You want me to sacrifice my energy and my body just so that y'all can be happy with money? No. I'm only there to get a paycheck and go home to do the things that I'd like to do. I'm doing this out of survival. Not out of because I find enjoyment of it. Out of fucking survival. Leave me the fuck alone.
You should tell them that I'm doing the job that I was hired for. Nothing else.
Unfortunately, they can use that against me. Yep. Brother, come on, dude. Think. I don't even know if the grass patches are randomized. I don't think they are. They're not. Okay. So I gotta go over to Lake Hylia. Not Lake Hylia, Gerudo. I don't even have a bonus song, so I can't even check if the cows are randomized as well. I actually don't even know what can be randomized in this version. It's the standard OOT randomizer. It's not Ship of Arcanian, as you can probably tell. It's not OOTM, Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask randomizer. It's just straight up Ocarina of Time randomizer.
I'll be right back. Just that.
Flower. I can see into the future. Oh no, they can see me. Oh. Please be something. A song, a sword, fucking something, dude. A fucking course not. What? Oh mon dieu. What? Okay. Cool. Can't do anything here. A little shit still here. Yep. I don't remember where all these places go. Cavestro. Why are only some places randomized, but others are not? I'm really getting the feeling that this is a bugged randomizer. Yeah, because this is randomized. Like, am I just getting strange luck with the loading pools, or what? Okay. Don't need anything here. Open the door. Other. Cool. Trying to figure shit out. Ugh. Ugh. I have no fire. Cool. God damn it, dude. Fuck. Getting nowhere at the speed of nothing. You know what? That's perfect. I can Navi dive. Again. I fucked up. I should have safe stated. It's gonna be a while before the next Navi. Whatever. Go out, come back in when it's nighttime.
I'm back.
Weebies. In case you're wondering, no, I haven't found shit. I haven't found a song. I haven't found a sword. I haven't found anything but what I've already got right now, which is absurd.
Have you interrogated every one of those sticky shrubs?
Basically,
Have you killed them?
yes. Let's go
Is there
to.
anything you do as adult?
I can't even be adult Link. Yep. I need the Ocarina of Time. Either the Ocarina of Time or that and the stones. Or the stones. Ow. Interesting. Which way have I gone? I don't remember anything about this damn thing, this place. Which is why I'm shooting up top. I don't have a lens of truth, so I can't see. There's a key that I can't get. Good job. You had one job, and it was to land on the block beneath. And what do? Fuck it up. I can't do anything about this place. I don't have Song of Time. I wish it started me with Lens of Truth. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Albert time. Bye-bye. What was I doing again? I don't know. I'm gonna lick some beans. Alright, okay, alright.
Yeah, you lick those beans.
Yes. Starburst beans. Okay, what can I do? What can I do? Kiriko Village. I've done that, so obviously I'm here. Yum. Heh. That's good. If I had a song, I could do more checks, but I don't have a song. Only thing I have is Suria's song, and there's nothing I could do with Suria's song.
Ian, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a quick shower.
Well, shower
Like a
time.
squirtle.
Squonkly. Okay. Already gotten those, so it's fine. Stardust Speedway. No, Paper Mar. Paper Mar. I don't even know if I found the jackpot room. Here's a go to the house. Sad part is I can't tell what they have. I have 27 skill tools. I need 3 more and I can get a check. I don't have Zelda's Lullaby. Funny. Very funny. You don't got shit. Mask salesman. I forgot where the spooky mask goes to. Ow. Oh, yeah, this isn't changed. Can I go Adult Link? I don't know. We'll find out. No. No. I can't run. No. Let me in. Let me in. Thinking. Buffering. 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 Rakata. Let's go to the castle. See if I missed maybe a hidden item. I did not miss a single item here. Yeah, I didn't miss anything here. Unfortunate. Bum 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 bum. God damn, dude. God damn. God damn. Hello. This is the second shooting gallery, but I can't do anything here. No. Ah, dude.
Seriously, you win already.
I'm actually struggling right now. The only thing I can think of about doing is clipping into Water Temple. That's the only thing I can think of that's left.
Well, I'm dude, I guess.
I'm gonna check all the other resources first beforehand. This is a shop, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Lagebarhe Shabado. Forgot what this is. Some idiot's home. Would be this. Another idiot's home. Wait. I forgot. I forgot. Is this? No, this is not. Okay. This isn't the Moo home. Mooey McHolmes. Garbage shop. Might as well have been a stock location. Also, I did hear that. Garbage! Yay! You got 5 rupees. That's 5 rupees. It's blue to signify it's 5 rupees. Wow! Just a week away.
Alright, that's right. Valentine's Day is soon.
Yeah. Stupid American man-made holiday. I need gauntlets. Golden gauntlets for that. I need to go to London. Itching my fucking eye.
Boot to the head.
Wait, what? Boom stuff. A bean. I don't remember. I gotta catch a 10-pound.
Overly dramatic fishing music.
Right?
Like I get like the interject music like from Sick of Bass Fishing, but this is something else.
Right?
This would be like if fishing was an active time battle.
No, I need it to be 10 pounds. That's definitely not 10 pounds. Hello? God damn, what the fuck was that? No. See if I could find the hidden lure. Oh. I did it. In the ground.
Good job, Slim.
I did it. This might be 10 pounds. We'll see. Might be 6. Might be 8. Garbage. Yeah, I gotta spend a lot of time doing this. I swear, if it's an actual item, I'm gonna be so... I need a 10-pound fish. And a 5-pound fuckboy. No. Come on.
Yes.
Yes. Come on.
Yeah, catch that fish.
Trying to. I'm gonna hold on to it so I can try and get the 10-pound.
Maybe she just slaps somebody in the face with it.
You've been struck by a fish. Come on. Where? It's 8 again.
Bean.
Where?
Yeah, where?
Where? Damn
Hey, what
straight.
happened? You lost it.
Yeah, damn
No,
straight
it
I lost it.
itself.
It did. I purposely lost it. That's what happened. Wish I had the sinking lure.
Stinking lure, more like stinking lure.
That would work too, technically speaking. Yeah. I didn't even see the highly on the loach anywhere.
The one. This is the fish.
I'm actually doing something very tactical right about now. See if I can get that fish to bring the lure out there. It didn't. Fuck. Ah! Fine. I'll just go out in the middle and spread them.
You spread them cheeks.
Yep. Go spread your cheek.
Oh.
Oh. Mow. Ugh. Ba, 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 ba.
Bumble.
Micah, 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 Micah. Finally, fucking knew it. Yay, sinking lure time. I don't think that's a 10-foot. Ah! Oh, hey, look, there's Relau.
Hello.
Kill!
No, no kill. Only squimsh.
Awawa.
Or only squonk.
Squonk. Damn straight. I haven't even found a 10-pound fish, and I need that. What you fish be like?
And you say too much sounds. You know that.
Right? What? Okay.
Completely missed the water.
Why am I turned like the most incorrect way possible?
You gotta catch that ground fish.
Brown shark. Ugh.
Boot to the head.
Squid.
Squimsh.
Squeal.
Squonk.
Okay. I'll reload the area so I can reset the fish. I ate the fish. Actually, hold on. What is this? What is this area again? What is this place? Fuck. I can just go in here. All right, sure. Wonder if I could find a fishing lure again. Found it over here last time. Huh. Not here this time. Maybe here? Hmm. It's not. I need that 10-pound. This motherfucker look huge. But I've been fooled before.
You've been bamboozled.
Bambluzzled. That way. Is this the one? Find out in like 10 minutes. I love how Ralon called me a cheater when they were playing Ship of Arcanian and they had insta catch on.
All
Another 8-boy. that the Hydian Loach? No. Just another 8. I already have an 8-pound fish here. I need to catch a 10 one because apparently that is a check. I think. Look at this small bitch. No. I don't know. I actually don't remember if that's a check or not. So, whatever. We can check other areas. This is not supposed to be a logicless game. Dude, you can make another fishing rod. Shut the hell up.
I guess it's something he as an adult.
Yeah, probably. I've left you alone. There's probably a good reason, and that's the reason. It's Gwanstoled. I know back here sometimes it's cold too, Brother. I heard you like Great Fairy Films. I started this randomizer last year, December 14th, to be exact. And boy, oh boy. Feel this big fat fucking head. Hi, Pear. How's it going, Pear? How glad to see you're doing good. Fuck it. Actually, no, I got one more check here. One more uncertain check, which I'm pretty certain is just gonna be chicken check. Ding, doo 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 doo. Ding, doo 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 doo. I heard you like Great Berry Fountains! Okay. Da-da-da, 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 da-da, 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 da. Let's increase the FPS. Let's increase the FPS. Let's increase the FPS. Let's increase the FPS.
Meow.
There will be no debauchery on this Christian website. Dip, dip. Dip, dip. Good old Zeller one. What is this? Why is it stock though? God damn it. God dang. I'm really starting to think that this seat's bugged. So many stock locations. I literally wasted about 3 hours and the only thing I found is a fucking bottle.
No one call that all completely wasted.
Uh,
Where have you been?
nah.
Nah.
Alright, it's time to do the dungeon entrance thing. I gotta see what the thing this is. This is out of logic. I need my spec.
Oh, by the way, did you already shoot the sun? Oh, wait. Or, no, you don't have arrows.
Yeah, I don't have arrows. F6. Shift. F. Please tell me no save state. Please tell me no save state. Okay, cool. Nope. Right. This is incredibly difficult. Wow, wow. I'm not perfect at getting this trick down. What the fuck are you turning around for, you idiot? There we go. This is where we save. Bean,
Yeah.
they hurt you.
I'm trying to breathe.
You're trying to breathe. Breathe, motherfucker, breathe. I don't think I went low enough.
How low can you go?
Come on, come on. Pop out, don't pop out, don't pop out, don't pop out. Fuck. Okay. I got to go pretty low. Fuck. Can't go that
That's
low.
too low.
I was too close. This is a very difficult trick. It's easier when you're adult Link because the water level is not that high. Fuck.
I like that, not that bean.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna go to bed.
you're going to bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
Good night, Cicada.
Good night.
Good night, chat. Bye-bye.
My bean. Gone to the bed. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that was so close. Uh. Come on, where is it? Come on, where is it? Where's the drop? It's like right over here. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I fucking did it! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! I did it! Alright, Pog moment. Let's see what we got. Got 2 keys here. What is this cheat? What is this track? Ultimate child trial? What? Fuck off, Skulltula! Okay. Pog moments. Very much Pog moments. I just don't have... Lullaby. Okay. Chimped. Fuck, dude. So many checks here that I can get that could really fucking help right now, but my god. Okay. What a safe state here. Just so I can have an extra key. I'm gonna key scum this because this ain't much. Yeah, okay. 2. Oh my god, bro. We have 1,000 different checks to check for, and this is what we get?
Is
You fuck nerd. Yeah, this ain't shit. Checks galore right here. Nehru's love. It would have been better if it was fire. I'm telling you. Heart container. And Garbaje. Oh, wait, hold on. Is there a chest here? And I don't know. I got two pretty fucking useless items right now. I was sworn there was a chest here. Chia pet. Please.
Oh.
Ah. No, it's standard. I'm getting fucked.
In this case, would it be a bad idea to check the log then?
I'm not done with this dungeon yet, unfortunately. This mini dungeon, rather. Yeah, it might be a log check after this because I have nothing left. I actually have straight up nothing left. Fuck. I don't have a map here. I don't remember shit. Weep. Weep.
Also, I'll be right back on the stretch.
What do you mean I'm lacking skill? I've already skilled everything here. I did a mega flip. I clipped into the water temple. I navi dived. I kind of forgot I did that, honestly. I can't even do anything here. I don't have fire. I don't have arrows. I can't do shit here. That's the funny thing. This is logic. This is not a no logic. This is logic. I might have a straight up bug seed. Bro. The fuck is the hammer having a skill issue for? So, one thing is... all chests are invisible, by the way. That's a thing. It's garbage. Bands. Please let there be something down here. What do you mean these aren't randomized? What do you mean these are not randomized? What? Why are those randomized, but these are not randomized? They should be randomized. The silver rupees are randomized. These are not randomized, but the silver rupees are randomized. These are not randomized, but those are randomized. I don't know what's randomized. You know what, Rob? I'm gonna give you the spoiler log, and you just tell me if I'm actually straight up having a straight up skill issue. Get to. I should have the seed. The fucking spoiler log. If I don't have the spoiler log, then I'm just the dumb. Okay, yeah, cool. I do have the spoiler log. Have fun reading through that. If it's actually straight up broken, then I could stop the seed and get a new seed. Because this is, oh my god, this is supposed to be a logic one. It might be a glitched logic one. I actually don't remember. I know it's not a no logic. Brothers hogging the fucking road. Isn't there like a... This is probably Master Quest only. He's coming. Miss. Sit down. Neat. I found the compass to this fucked up place.
Except I'm about to call for now.
Okay. Take care, Sakawa.
See you later.
Fucking hello, Jesus. Took two? What the fuck? Why am I nutting? What do you mean it's unreadable? I do not. You can tell by my tracker. How did it blow up? Okay. So good. So good. I'm just going to press that button because I don't want to. I get Requiem here, but it's from Dead Hand. I mean, it's not Requiem that I'm looking for. As you can probably tell, I don't have anything on my B. I don't even have a sword. I don't even have a skill. What? I didn't even press that direction. What the fuck? You say that, but I can't even get to the fucking Deku tree thing. Can you tell me what kind of randomizer I'm doing? Because I actually straight up don't know. Am I doing hunt, quest, or straight through? Like, I straight up do not know. Hello? It's a heart. Come on. Not Triforce. Okay, it's not Triforce related. Entrance rando. If it is entrance rando, but it's not one that makes sense. Cause like I be getting some stock entrances, but then half of it's not. That's a drop. Get blown up, you idiot. You fucking idiot! There's not much else I can do here. I mean, I can probably do a flip. I can make a flip. That was kind of slow. That was too fast. God damn it. Come on, dude. Okay, can I... Is it just right here? Oh, okay. Well, I don't need a big flip. It was useless. Useless, 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 muda. Something else I can do here. You bitch. Just keep exploring. I've been exploring. I guess I gotta go to Jabu Jabu now. I think I can do Jabu Jabu. I think I can go to Jabu Jabu. I don't fucking know. I'm going to save state here though, like, as in save state fucking 8. Just in case. Because getting back here is not gonna be pretty. Not gonna be fun either. I was just pressing random buttons. What the hell? How did I get here? Oh, I did cut myself earlier. Holy shit. Huh. Neat. Picking out Pokemon cards and I cut myself. Honestly, I'm looking for like any song or any sword. I say any song, but it's more so, or any sword, but it's more so, mostly just a Kokiri. I technically need all the jewels too, just so I can be adult Link. I don't even know if I got this Skulltula. I did. Is there more that's around here? Because I actually don't remember shit. I know there's one on the tree, but I don't got hook shot. There's another one here. What the hell? They say that the ice cavern corridors ring with the Song of Time? What? The fuck are there Sheikah stones all the way out here? Who the fuck is gonna go out here? So that stone thing either told me Song of Time is in there, or I can get to the ice cavern from there. The Bigoron sword can be found in Hyrule Field. What? What? Bigoron sword can be found in Hyrule Field. That does... I don't know if I have progressive sword, actually. The Bigoron sword can be found in Hyrule Field. Like, what? What does that mean? I got a couple of grottos I guess I can check and just do the full, like, shakedown, I suppose. Okay. No, I don't want a potion. I feel like you two are stock. Alright, so explore everything in Hyrule Field, and I can probably get maybe a sword. I swear. Huh. No, I'm not feeling that kind of nutty. No, I'm not feeling that kind of seedy. I don't want bombs, but I'm getting bombs, I guess. Okay, let's do whatever, I guess. Leave me the fuck alone. Well, I didn't drop anything I need. I kill all these guys with work. Well. What? Beep. Love how PS just explode. He's funny. Chikorita, Chikorita. Oh yeah, I did equipment swap. Is there something I'm supposed to do here? Like what am I supposed to be able to do here? I guess fucking nothing. Bunk. Ah, dumb. Yeet! Okay, well, that didn't do anything. There ain't shit in Hyrule Field that I can do here. Like, there's not even that many Skulltulas. Maybe one, two? Yeah, that didn't do anything. Oh no, cringe! Gotta check. That just ain't shit. Showing the claimed check to Bigoron just gives off 5 arrows, which means it's dead. Shh, don't do that. Don't do that because you're dead. There's nothing here! You dun dun dun. You would be surprised at all the things you can hookshot in Spirit Temple. Bum 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 bum. There ain't nothing here. 20. It's gotta be an adult Link. Already blew that rock up, which means I've been in there already. Fuck. It's a bunch of moo. Ah. Oh, shit. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. I mean, it would have shown me if there were secrets inside of this thing. There's nothing here. Just some idiot's place. Oh, I can't go adult link. I've been through all of Kakiriko. Kakiriko. Damp, dampy, danty, dampa, dupa, dumpy, hud. Fuck. This becomes a wall. Oh, fine. Cool. Just had to make sure. I've been to every Kokiri home here. I know for a fact all dungeons are randomized, and it should be that all buildings are randomized. Even though for some buildings it doesn't feel like they're randomized at all. Fucking the windmill is not randomized, which shocked the shit out of me. Excuse me. Zora's Domain, I guess. Like, I know I've exhausted every place possible. Unless this is a different location, in which case, no, it's not. To the surprise of no one, it is not. Nothing there. Not big surprise. If you're wondering, that pot and that pot alone is the only pot in which you can't put bugs into for a Skulltula token. Or gold Skulltula. I don't know why, but it is. Gotta do this long-winded trick. Can't open up that grotto because it requires Song of Storms. I don't have that. Can't pick up a cuckoo, but can totally pick up a bomb from like 1,000 feet away. That's so cool. What am I doing? There we go. I'm gonna go to Zora's Domain first. I know I've done as much as I could in Zora's Domain. Yes, I know the skill tool is there. Typically, if I left it alone, it's there for a reason. I'm not confident in myself, so... You save state. Zora's Domain. Yeah, I've been here already. Everything here is not, no longer randomized. It's all stock. And all the Skylands are lit. Oh, I don't remember if I did this one, though. This ain't good. Alright, cool. Neat. Yay! 5 bloopers. Nito Beepo. Well, Mr. Link is like scooted over, so wuff, I guess. Here we wuff and go. I know for a fact he was already scooted over. I know these pots are done. The yeah, see. These are shit. Didn't get the ice cavern. Whoops. This is fine. The what the fuck? The Skulltula is literally just a green rupee. I know that much. Well, the first Skulltula. Oh, wait, the second one. You're wondering what that noise was? I hit my knee on the desk. Yeah, I'm fine. It's okay. Yeah, I've already gotten through all of this. Let's go to there. Forgot what this was. Probably a fairy fountain. The shop. What the? Wait a minute. What? I think my seed is glitched. Straight up, because this entrance is somewhere else as well. I think it was in Kakariko. I I I feel like that shop shouldn't be there. I don't know, hordes of green rupee. I feel like that's also wrong. It'd be better if I use the stick because it's longer. Shit. Why am I not bonking? There we go. Oh. Hmm. That's a little disappointing. Hmm. Ouch. Ugh. Well. Shit. Uh-huh. Everything Zora's at the moment in Child Link is complete. I can't do anything here. There's nothing else I can do. There's nothing else I can do here. Yeah, this minigame's already done too, so I don't need to worry about it. I'm I have no other options. I don't have any other options. Like, unless there is seriously something I'm straight up not getting, not remembering, etc., I don't have any other options. I've been to Kakariko, I've been to Death Mountain, I've been to Dongo's Cavern, I've been in Goron City, I've been all around Hyrule Field, all around Golden Ranch, all around Lake Hylia. I've been all around. I mean, I could retry Gerudo, maybe. Like, what am I forgetting? What am I? What haven't I gotten? Okay. This is really perplexing me. I've even gotten things out of logic. This is absurd. There is that one place in, I guess, I don't know if that's Child Lake though. Because I keep forgetting about that one Skulltula place in Jabba Jabba's place, Jabba Jabba's little holding area. Mostly because it's the most out of place location you could possibly think of. And I don't even remember how to get to it. I know LMAO did it, but I definitely don't fucking remember. First, I'm gonna go through over here real quick. Re-exhaust these areas. And I'm like 90% certain I've already been here before. Yep. Definitely been here before. Shocking to see that all of these items are just not good. One of the items was actually worth getting, but nope. Yeah, I gotta go through Ganon's trials. I'm gonna be upset if it's just one place that I've overlooked multiple times, thinking it's nothing that I can actually check. Wah wah wah. There. How does one get over there? Wow, it's glitchy. Is it a Pierre thing? Goodbye. Okay. Hmm. Wouldn't be surprised if it's related to this fucking thing. Don't mind me, just looking for shit. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh well. I mean... Yeah, well. Nothing I can do about it. Ah, ba ba ba. I've done all of Zora's domain. Zora River, Zora's domain, Zora Fountain. I... Oh, this seat is torturing me. I'm gonna check Pierre. I'm gonna check Pierre real quick. Cool. This way. Me coming through. Beep 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 bop 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 bop. The only song I have is Saria's song. I don't have anything else. I got positive I don't have anything else. Yep, just Saria's song. Okay. Alright, well, that did fucking nothing. Fucking bupkis. Neat. I am stuck. Alright, I'm gonna consult the log. I have literally nothing I can do here. First things first, I want to check the bazaar locations. Cac Bazaar. So, Kakarika Village is Cac Bazaar. I got that right. Kokiria Forest, Mito's house is Market Bazaar. Market Bazaar. Okay, so that's correct. Everything there is correct. It felt like it was a little wrong because I went through so many bazaars that had nothing in them. So I guess sword. What? Oh. Okay, so let's go to Cat Grave. I got nothing. This is supposed to be logic, so I for this run I didn't want it to be logic no logic because like I just wanted to actually beat one. Um this one's actually stumping me hard. I came in here at daytime. I are smart. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Again. I love it. The most that I've gotten out of this in 4 hours, give or take, is a fucking bottle out of logic. Even the game is like, correct. Have I dealt with you? Yeah. I can't do anything here. No fire. I'm done. Fire. Why? brother. Alright, you know what? Fine. I'll play your games. Bombs! As the tin told. Oh my god. I have nothing at all. I got nothing at all. Pretty sure I'm here already. Yep, because I got the rupee. I have nothing left. Is nothing left. Graveyard, heart piece, grave chest is a Biron sword. But what the f does this mean? Neat. Well, what about fucking, I don't know. What are you again? Storms. Can't do that. Do I even have the boss key for it? No. Cannot. Cannot do it. In. No, can't do it. Back up. Three songs back to back are dropped from bosses that I can't. And I dropped my controller. Oh, fuck. Like, Sun Song is Twin Rova's heart. Hold on. Back up. Song from Impa is Suria's song. Wait, what? Back up. Chic. Yep, I got that correct. So that hint was correct. Volvagia, beating Volvagia, which I don't have the boss key for, is Song of Storms. Beating Bongo Bongo, which I haven't even found yet, Epona's song. Beating Twin Rova, which I haven't found yet, Sun Song. all the songs are all the songs are tied to bosses. And I can't even beat the bosses because I can't even get to them. So what? Ow. Okay, so Bolero Fire. King Dodongo Dongo. King Dodongo Heart. Fuck, hold on. Is my brain malfunctioning? Hold on. All the songs are tied to bosses. Every single song is tied to a boss. Except for Suria's song, which was tied to what's their face? Impa. Like a majority of the songs are just tied to the boss's heart container. If I'm not mistaken, this is a shield. Oh no, it's just 5-0s. I should have just boomeranged it. It's a 5-5-0. Fine, blow up. Stupid. Get flipped, nerd. So what was this dungeon again? I forgot. Training ground. Yay! Yay! I forgot. There's nothing I can do here. Already beating these guys. Since the chest is open. I did everything here, if I'm not mistaken. I can't even do everything here because I need hookshot. Fire Temple is Fire Temple, so I can't do anything about it being Fire Temple. I gotta go back to Dodongo's cavern to see what the boss is there. First try, idiot. Oh, cool. I don't know what the boss was here. Regardless, if I could beat it, it would be amazing. I should be able to beat it. If it's Bongo Bongo, I'm a fucking moron. Stuff. I gotta open this. God damn it, dude. No, fuck. That's fine. I don't need a shield. I totally don't need that for a Deku. I can buy anyone. I'm you fucking idiot. S- What be here? Interesting. A minute, huh? Can I do this in a minute? Go find out. Pokemon! Pokemon Gym! Hello? Pokemon Gym? My god, this is not gonna happen. Oh my god. Okay. It can happen. It can happen. It can happen. It can happen. I need to reset because I didn't know I could do that. Oh yeah, this is happening. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, I would need a ferry. Can I leave and get a ferry real quick? I can't leave. Can I? Jeez, 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 come on. Oh my goodness. Come on, Vavog, yeah. No, 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 no. Yeah, I gotta go back and get a fairy. Okay. Okay. Just reset. Just reset. Be better if I reset. I need to get a fairy ASAP, because Vavog is possible. I'm fucking stupid. I'm you fucking idiot. Hello? Give me that. Fairy got. Stupid fucking piece of shit. No. Works for me. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Why'd they give me a rupee? What the fuck? Stop giving me rupees. Give me seeds. There we go, there we go, there we go. Should be good here. We're around a minute 40. It's so fitting. What the fuck was that? We still over a minute. God damn it. I gotta restart. I don't think it's possible. I have to go through an entire death sequence first. Fuck, that hurt. This is a fucking sequence and a half. Another minute left on the clock. Ow, fuck. And I beat it. Please. Please, 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 please. Quick, 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 quick. that enough? Do I have enough time? It's like 10 seconds, give or take, right? Oh. Burn, 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 burn. Come on, come on, come on. Song. Song of Storms? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, oh my god. Finally something. Finally fucking something. Holy shit. Oh. Why the fuck am I here? Song of Storms. We have Song of Storms. That's some checks. Not many, but some more checks. And a burpee. Of course. Oh. That was a little pain. A lot of it. A lot of it pain. Oh. That's a few checks we can do. Oh my goodness. Come on. Get up there. I think it can actually go this way. It only took almost 5 hours. That was so brutal. It actually gave me the reverb part. Ooh. Of course, these fucks. Fuck off me. Oh. I can't even tell what chest it is. It's a shit chest. Oh. I'm gonna give the crybaby boop up now. Wait. Get the fucking ladder, stranger. Holy fuck. I had to have at least 8 hearts and a bottled fairy to go to Volvagia for storms, which was the only check I could do. I can't. Fucking can't. I'm normal about this. I am normal about this. I have a normal reaction to this. I totally don't expect, like, much happening here at all. Oh. Checkaroonies, though, and then I gotta fucking leave via save warp. Giant's knife. Cool. I got the giant's knife. What can I do with it? Fuck if I know. Can you do it again, you stupid ass? How fast are you, dumbass? We just dropped this fire here. look at my fire tape. Don't be. You got hit by my fire, stupid ass. This is a race. Don't forget it. Watch out for my fire, dumbass. A key to the fire temple. Oh, cool. Can't even use the bigger on sword. This guy's spitting so much unnecessary fire, dude. Nutting, dude. Fucking cunt piece of shit. I hate redeads. Fucking rubber banding piece of shit. Oof. Arms. Wow. Look, more bombs. Please stop. Oof. I'm suffering through enough bullshit as it is. Yep, sounds about right. About to kill Dampe again. The only thing that was good in here so far was the bigger end sword, and even still. Bro. I bet you don't even drop the hook shot. Oh, it's a key. Oh, it's a key. Oh, goodness. Blah. What a load of hogwash. What a load of hogwash. Get a load of this. I could do a check in here. I was thinking about going into the area before Goron City, but I can do here for real quick. The Forest Temple battle check. This is the only one that requires an explosion. Of course it is. What? Have I not been here yet? There's no way. Bishop Box Shop? I haven't even found that yet. Yeah, I've been here. I just didn't have the boomerang at the time, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, hey, look, a shield that I cannot use. Yet. Lol. I can't believe it. It's a sound alert on my stream, too. Oh. Well, this is awkward. Well then, that was fantastic. A total waste of time. Okay. Why? Uh, why's he gotta do me like that, you know? I somehow turned off the music. It's fine. Go in here, we'll turn the music back on. Ooh. Oh man. Ouch. What a waste. That's dwindling my my chances. I got 2 checks left that I can think of. I already killed this thing? I killed this thing already. What the fuck? Why is it back? F. Oh, I probably rewrote a state. That's fine. And what do I get out of it? I can go to the bottom of the well now for free without having to have a dive. I forgot what this place was. Huh! I see. Big old boy. Yeah, I've been here already. I need to hurt. What did you guys? How are you doing? Goodbye. Cool. I don't have hook shot. Oh no. Oh fuck. I hope one of the settings, if it's a thing in this version, allows me to be adult anywhere, because unless the unless the bottom of the well is open when I'm an adult, or I have adult anywhere, I have to do this as young Link. What the fuck? I can't even go up here. I don't have a hook shot. I can't even go up here. I don't even know what I can do here. Nut. I can't do anything here. There's spotting the well is kind of a bust until I can get the ability to be adult Link. And the song I need is in Ice Cavern, which I can't get to. Oh boy. I have a Skulltula to check. So that's cool. Skulltulas are in CAC though. Or not CAC, Castletown. Whee! Please be worth it. Green rupee. Oh, nope. Just as funny. A heart. I loved her. One of these is market, right? Mo. Get the fuck out of here. It's a check up there, and I don't even know where this is at. I already have. Okay, how much is the Zoro tunic? Okay, you can keep it. This will be the last check for the night. Yeah, what's it call it? There's no point there. Fuck, I forgot the name of it. Castle Grounds Grotto. I'm not expecting it to be anything special. Okay. Blah 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 blah. You get shit. I see. It's ha ha he he fuck thee for me. Ow. Ow, it hurt. It hurt so much. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna call it here. I'm definitely gonna call it here. I am tired. I am tired. Yeah. I'm gonna find someone to raid, though. Assuming there is someone to raid, because I am fucking exhausted. I'm still exhausted from a lot that happened over the weekend. It's a control P. It's literally just pause. There's surprisingly not that many people on. Most of it's just bots, I guess. Necessary bots like Commander Root. I'm gonna be real. I am a little too tired. I'm just gonna call it here. I will see you beans next time. I don't know when, but it'll be next time. It might be more Zeldol. It might be something else. I might do Pokemon tomorrow. We'll see. Regardless, I think